Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from El Magnifico Games and today we're going to continue with our playthrough of Obduction. Now at the very end of the previous stream we had just gained access to the tree that was in the centre. Oh my goodness, I don't remember seeing that before. The leaves changing colour like that. Sorry, where was I? We had just gained access to the tree that was in the middle of town. We managed to get access here via the... what's it called? The tower. Which was also something we didn't gain access to until that stream. Anyway, long story short, Cecil told us that our next task to complete was to connect everything up. Which may sound clear, but it really isn't. If we go down here to the tree roots, you will find that the tree itself is suspended in some sort of liquid. I believe it's just water, although once the water touches the tree it goes like that. And then we have these little offshoots that go to these very trippy corridors that then go to what look like some form of portal, except they're really quite solid. Despite being really quite solid, somehow somebody has managed to pass these pipes through here. So I can only surmise that by connect everything up, Cecil was referring to something to do with these pipes. Presumably there's supposed to be some sort of flow going on here that isn't. And there is in fact, if you bear with me a moment, more evidence to that effect. Yep, just got to change locations quickly. If you'll bear with me a second, just a loading screen. I do wonder what those loading screens are actually doing, because they do seem to take a while, despite this PC having an SSD connected via PCIe, so it really shouldn't take long to get data from the hard disk. Well, it's not a hard disk. Get data from persistent storage, and it shouldn't. And the GPU's not bad either. Anyway, where was I? Yes, the other evidence that what we're expected to do is something to do with the flow of the liquid down there, which might be water. Once we raised the water level down there by turning on the pump till it would touch the tree roots, this light turned on. And this light refers to Hunrath, which is where we are now. There's also Mare, Mofang and Kaptar, which refer to, I believe, the main settlements of the various alien species. Mofang is the name of one of the alien species, and I believe that's also the name of the settlement itself, although I could be wrong. Actually, I've got in my notes here, under Mofang, Soria, so I'm not sure. The Marae, I believe, is the main settlement of the Villain, and Kaptar, the main settlements of the Arai. Anywho, all that is to say, that's where we are in the game. And yeah, that's about it. We should get into it. I'm certainly not sure how I'm supposed to go about this. Given that those portals seem to be... They don't seem to allow just anyone to pass through them, which is odd. I certainly remember reading in some of the notes that we read in previous sessions that there was a specific event where a passageway, which I assume is this passageway, opened up underneath the tree, and when they went through, they discovered they could access the settlement of they had access to another alien species which they hadn't had access to before. Now that suggests to me that they at some point probably were able to travel through these, but now can't for some reason. Or we can't specifically, hard to say. So the best theory I have is that I could possibly take the transportation seeds that we discovered last session to some of the other settlements and see what we can do. I remember going there before and it seemed like there wasn't anything we could do, but perhaps that's changed now, or perhaps... Hold on, is it definitely the case that not one of these I can travel through? Perhaps that's changed now, or perhaps I just missed something. I say that it seems like at some stage they must have been able to travel through these. The other thing is, it seems odd that they've managed to get these tubes to pass through here if these are blocked. The only way that would make sense... Well, I suppose there's two ways it could make sense. One is if they had a way of making these passable, such as by using some of their fancy laser technology, and then perhaps could have passed them through then. Or I suppose if inanimate objects can pass through but living ones can't, which would be very strange. I can't prove it, it just seems so much more likely to me that at some stage they were passable and now they're not. Anyway, let's actually get into it this time. So I guess I'll head to one of the transportation seeds and see if that leads to anything. If it doesn't, then I'll be a bit stuck. Where even was the closest transportation seed? To be perfectly honest, I don't remember. I think it wasn't far from here. Far including walking through the... They call it the membrane, don't they? I think in the last session I was calling it the transportation field or something like that, because when you walk into the big force field thing that surrounds the settlement, it seems to, like this, it seems to transport you about 180 degrees round the circle it forms. But I've got a feeling it's actually supposed to be called the membrane or something like that. Oh, that's right, there was an area down here we still don't have access to. And there was an area over there we still don't have access to. We probably gain access to both of those at the same time. That might be worth looking into if the transportation seeds turn out to be a dead end. Yeah, only slight problem being... It's been a few days and I don't quite remember where things are. I think there was a seed up this way? Oh, thank you, Pengy. Yeah, there's one of them. I don't think I yet know which alien species each one corresponds to. I might be wrong. Ooh. Very trippy. I must say, this is actually a interesting effect. Right. Ooh. What's going on there then? When I approach here, little specks of dust appear. Okay, they're gone now. Don't know what that was about. Is that supposed to look like that? Or is that a... I feel like that's a minor bug. A minor graphical glitch. Yeah, that looks really cool. Hope they don't have it in their new games though, since it is really hard to encode in a video stream. That's a good point. That's something I hadn't considered. Yeah, that looks very much like what can happen when you have a graphical effect that's based on a texture, but for some reason it doesn't get rendered properly, so transparent bits end up showing up, and so you see the squareness of it. That would be my guess. Yeah, I haven't seen that before on my game or any other stream. Oh, wonderful. My stream's extra special then. I get special glitches that no one else gets. I think you've disabled anti-aliasing. Quite often they use a hack with anti-aliasing to make transparent parts worse while still maintaining depth buffer. You know, I don't recall if anti-aliasing is on or not. Let's see, shall we? Settings, graphics, VSync is on, anti-aliasing is apparently epic. So that doesn't appear to be it. Where was I? Trying to figure this out, I think. Okay, there's an area over there, so I guess that's where I'm trying to get to. Or over there. Ah, yes, there is stuff over there, which then goes down there. So that must be my next destination, presumably. The question is, how do I bridge that gap? How do I even get down there to start with? Or don't I? I could almost imagine this... Yes, I see. This is a swing bridge, I think. I think this entire bridge is supposed to swing around to the outside. And then presumably we'd walk over this way? Oh, then it wasn't that. Looks similar to when Eric Anderson, chief designer I think, demonstrated some tricks they could do with blending in a YouTube video about the Unreal Engine. Like I say, I mean that, I can't be sure, but that looks to me like the sort of thing you get if you're trying to create a particle effect using a two-dimensional texture, but then parts of it render that aren't supposed to, so you end up actually seeing giant squares and rectangles floating around. Could be wrong though. Just a guess. That did nothing. Or at least nothing that I could observe. That did nothing. Hello. I'm not sure I've interacted with that before. I might have done. I just don't remember doing so. Ha 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 ha! Progress. I'm guessing I could probably have done that before then. I just didn't realise how. I don't know what the point of that was. Pushing this thing down. Perhaps it locks it in place? Doesn't look like it though. It doesn't look like it's touching it. How odd. Oh well, I'm over in any case. So I guess one very important question is... Actually, I want to check something very quickly. I remember the seed I went through. Oh, there's another area there. Perhaps No, I wouldn't be able to swing this around any further, I don't think, because I'm pretty sure it would collide with the cliff face. Anyway, where was I? Okay. That's where I was before. And so it wouldn't collide with the cliff face because it would be going past there. Oh, I can actually see the wobble from the force field now, which I believe is probably a membrane. So they're actually... the alien world outside where they are is much more verdant than it is where we are. That's interesting. So that's probably the native life of the planet. Not definitely, but probably. The planet we find ourselves on. Where was I? Right, can I go the other way? Yes. I think I was saying several things, wasn't I, that I haven't completed. One thing I want to do is I want to check what colour this is. Blue, isn't it? Because I remember it was the one we used before was blue, and that's the same one, so of course it would be. That's just for my reference. Because I seem to remember each of the transporter seeds are a different colour. So yeah, one thing I need to do is I need to figure out which alien species live here. And if it's the Mofang, I may have a problem on my hands. I could probably make a guess at which one was living here if I could actually remember more of the lore. That's interesting. That's the exact type of laser we had on Hunrath when we arrived, and that seemed to be inhibiting the transportation field so that it would actually just block entry instead of allowing people to travel through. To travel to the other side, I should say. What was I saying? So I could probably make a guess if I could remember more of the lore thus far, but I don't think that I'd been given enough information up to this point to absolutely say with certainty. Although I do distinctly recall that those lasers were supposed to be Mofang technology. Now, given that the Mofang gave that technology to the humans, I can't be certain that they hadn't given them to other alien species. But it does raise the probability of this being the Mofang. Interesting. That looks like the crystals that were used in the Mofang technology as well. The ones which we used the blue laser to destroy. So I can't exactly ignore the fact that the only technology whose origins we do know for certain that we found here is in fact the Mofangs. Interesting, we haven't seen any... Interesting, we've seen quite a lot of art, but none that definitively depict the people that live here, I don't think. Hello. This looks like it might be a map of their settlement. And here we have another transporter seed, it would seem. Is this one functional? It looks it, and it's yellow. Whoa. Okay. Now, which one was it? I think it was the... I think it was the array that... Which way round was it? No, I think it was the villain that apparently the human population had contact with fairly early on, and then later on they discovered the array who had had contact with the villain for much longer. Either that or it was the other way round. So that raises the possibility it might be one of them. Then again, I think in the actual narrative, the humans only discovered whichever one of those two it was they discovered second. I think they only discovered it after the cavity beneath the tree opened up. And then after that, they discovered that they had had contact with one of their neighbours for much longer. My point being, it's not like the story as the humans came to visit, say, the villain, and then whilst they were visiting, they discovered another transporter seed that took them there. That's interesting. It would be nice to get over there, wouldn't it? So the question is my progress blocked here and I have to travel to another settlement first, or have I just not seen the way to progress? Because it seems like there's a lot of stuff over there which I can't get to. That might be deliberate though. Whoever lives here may have deliberately cut themselves off from the human population. I don't see a way to progress. I've been up this way, haven't I? Was that the way I came? I think that was the way I came. Yes, looks like it. What are those chains doing? These are some really big, substantial chains. Very interesting. What was that light? I thought I saw a light over there before, but I wasn't sure. Oh. It's some sort of lightning bug type organism. And I'm not allowed over here, I don't think. No, I'm not. Okay, I don't see a way to proceed, so I guess we may as well try going through here. Ooh. Oh, that's interesting. That's very interesting. So now we're back on Hunrath and the track's been restored. And you can actually see... Okay, that's disturbing. I was going to say, you can actually see how the wood matches up and the fact that it's changed in colour. In fact, when I saw the wood in this little compartment that we'd just gone up to, I almost said, that looks like it could be the human... part of a structure that humans had built, but, you know, just wooden planks. Not necessarily, but that in fact appears to be the case. Now, the thing I find disturbing is there is a distinctive gap here between the wood that was transported by the seed and the wood that wasn't. There's a good... That's, what, at least a centimetre, isn't it? That just seems to have vanished. Which is a little worrying when you think about it. I mean, I'm not surprised that it's been severed. But the fact that there appears to be little bits missing... Goodness me, you wouldn't want to be standing on the threshold when one of those goes off, would you? Still. We should probably head back there then in a moment. Very interesting. Has the track been severed? Yeah. Although much more precisely, there doesn't seem to be anything missing in this case. I'll tell you what the strangest thing is, though. When we were in here before, because we'd gone in here on multiple occasions. No, there was something in here, wasn't there? I was about to say there wasn't a transporter seed, because I'd remember that. But you know what? I think there was, it just didn't have the necessary apparatus set up to use it. Because we have been told that these things only work in pairs. I think its partner was there, but it wasn't, it didn't have the necessary apparatus. Here, stand here while I pull this lever. Let's see what happens. I would guess that it's because you can't make a perfect sphere in polygons based on 3D graphics, at least a gap in the stone. I should think they could do better than that, though. It could be that the structure has warped slightly, though, because they would have been in different atmospheric conditions, as you can plainly see by the changing colour. So I guess it's possible that parts of the wood have shrunk, other parts have expanded, and they've ended up like that. Perhaps that is actually quite likely now I think about it, because the metal tracks, as I say, did seem to be in perfectly good. They did seem to match up perfectly well, so much so that we could probably take the cart through if we wanted. Would there be any value in transporting the cart over there? Probably not. Anyway, I need to head back there, don't I, and see how it's changed. See if we now have access to areas we didn't before. To be fair, it could be a moderately safe way to perform an amputation. I think that the fact that the apparatus for transporting back was on the alien side suggests that that's interesting. Hold on, I should probably have a very quick look around to make sure nothing's appeared. I was going to say, I think strictly speaking, we've never actually seen this exact spot before, because it would have always been on the other side. Because this would have been resting on the alien side whenever we arrived at this spot, and then whenever we transported, it would have been swapped with us. So, as I say, strictly speaking, I don't think we've ever seen this exact spot before. Where was I? Which is why it was worth having a quick look. The game paralyzes you when you click the button to prevent you from silly shenanigans. Here we go. Hold on, why does this look like Earth rock on both sides? Oh no, it doesn't. Sorry, I'm being silly. It doesn't look like Earth rock on the other side, which was the side that which was in Hunruf initially. Yeah, just ignore me. Oh, of course. I've not helped myself, have I? Wait, how do I even do that? Will this rotate it back? Yes, it will. That's alright. If all the particles moving around, which would include, for example, the light-sensitive cells in your eyes, how would it actually look for you? I'm pretty certain you'd be unconscious. I mean, it would include, obviously, the components that make up your brain cells and what have you. You'd have the old Star Trek transporter problem of whether the individual that appears on the other side is really the same. Okie doke. So now that's been done, can we make it over here? Yes, we can. And you know what? I don't see the other seed, which there should have been, as discussed previously. There should have been a paired seed based on everything we've read so far. But unless it's buried or something, it doesn't seem to be here, which is peculiar. Very peculiar. Can I stop this somehow? I could certainly destroy this by transporting the rail cart over. The issue is I'm going to be stuck on the other side to the rail cart. Now I could have the beam constantly running and just point it in what I think is roughly the right direction, but that's going to be a nuisance if it turns out the direction is slightly off. I then have to run back. Oh no, it wouldn't be too bad, would it? Because no, I wouldn't have to run back the long way at all, because if I transported the rail car over with me, then all I'd have to do is activate the machine again. The seed again, and then I would appear in Hunrath, and then I would have an easy route over to the rail cart to adjust its beam. Okay, so this isn't too bad then. I don't know, there would be a loading screen between... well, there'd be two loading screens between every adjustment of the rail cart's beam, which would be slightly annoying. Let's try it though, that's the next... Wait. I've not been down there, have I? Where have I wandered? Have I... I've confused myself. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the way I came. So that should take me back. This place indeed feels like a labyrinth. I just don't remember seeing this bit before, but if not, which way takes me back to the start? I've definitely not been here before. This is new. This is all new. I mean, I'm thrilled, but also confused. I fully intend to go back here and explore, but I want to try the rail cut first, and for that, I need to find my way back to the start. Perhaps this isn't the way back to the beginning. I'm absolutely certain that when I arrived at this spot initially... Oh, that must be the way I came. Ah, okay, so this goes up to the new area. This is the way I came. Okay. There's me being utterly oblivious as to my surroundings again. Oh, I'm glad you were able to derive some enjoyment from that. Okay, back we go. I remember when I was playing the Myst games, someone suggested Obduction as the next game. This was before I got to the end of the series. This wasn't when I was specifically asking about the next game to play. This was before then. And I looked up Obduction on Steam, and I remember that the reviews weren't brilliant, and in particular one thing that was being pointed out was that at the very, very end of the game, you reach a puzzle where you fairly quickly realise what it is you're supposed to do, but because of all the loading screens, it takes absolutely forever to accomplish it, and that's frustrating. I wonder if that could be the section I'm in now, because it does feel like I'm hitting a lot of loading screens. My first time around here, I got all sorts of turned around, I can imagine. Yep, I did play Riven. That was probably my favourite of the Myst games. They're all on YouTube if you had any interest in going through my playthrough. I must say I wasn't very good at Riven. It took me perhaps a little longer than it should have to to properly understand what was expected of me and approach the problems optimally. I think when it came out, loading screens were a lot worse due to older computers, so I totally see that being an issue. I haven't played it back then, but I had a decent computer when I played it, so I didn't have that big an issue with it, to be honest. Yes, I'm looking forward to the remake, which would be a good time to replay it. I could, although if the remake comes out in the relatively near future, then I will probably remember most of the puzzles. Although I concede it would certainly be very humbling if I went back to the remake only shortly after having played the original and I was still struggling. Oh, it will be at least 2 to 3 years. Yeah, fair enough. Don't see why not then. Wait, how do I get out of here? Or don't I? Can I activate... I didn't even think about this, and that's a bit embarrassing. I didn't think, how do I get out of the cart while I'm in it? This doesn't want to work. If I'm in the narrow tunnel. Yeah. I'm not particularly bright, unfortunately. That didn't occur to me. That is indeed... This indeed wants to be dragged. But it's the drag portion that's not working. I can click it, but then it just doesn't want to move. That's an idea. What does the mouse think? The mouse thinks that works. Okay. That's going to be considerably... that's considerably simplified the situation. Yeah, I've been having a few problems with specifically the instruments that want to be dragged and the controller. It feels like they're trying to do something fancy, like take the player's orientation into account with the analog stick. So... if I was where I am now, I'd have to drag it to the left. But if, say, I was behind it, I'd have to drag down and so on. But then sometimes it feels like it just doesn't work. Like sometimes it'll be in a position where no matter how I move the analog stick, like here, it just doesn't want to accept input. Yeah, I need this in a slightly different position, don't I? So I'm guessing then that the puzzles involving the track that I was doing earlier when I was turning the track around so I could change direction could probably been solved a lot easier, because I had to keep on getting out of the cart every time, and it looks like perhaps I didn't have to. Yeah, I find it so strange that the loading screens take so long, because honestly, the SSD on here, I think it can read something like 3 gigabytes a second or something like that. And it's not like my graphics card is slow or incapable, so I genuinely find it very strange. I wonder what it is they're actually doing that's taking so long. Maybe this needs to be... Yeah, this needs to be turned around, doesn't it? I'm not going to be able to... I don't think I'm going to be able to make this work with the cart facing this way. Oh, I hadn't been able to take it down here before, had I? I don't see any particular advantage to taking the cart down this way, but this was, strictly speaking, a bit of track I didn't have access to before. Yeah, I don't see a straightforward way to turn the cart around here, even with the additional track. I think I'm going to have to go the long way round, which is fine. I don't know what it loads, but sorry, let me start again. I don't know what it loads, but it's a couple of years old. Now, can I actually turn this while I'm in the cart? Oh, I can. That would have been so much easier when I was doing these puzzles before. Sorry, where was I? I don't know what it loads, but it's a couple of years old. Don't know if there have been new optimized paths to load. I'm also thinking if it reloads a lot of textures and models on the graphics card, so you're having epic texture resolution would make it load slower. Yeah, but I find that unlikely, because like I say, my SSD should be able to get the textures off the disk at least 3 gigabytes a second. I've forgotten what the exact specs are, but that's either the reading or writing specs. It's one or the other. And so that would get it into RAM. I'd be surprised if this game's loading, you know, more than 3 gigabytes of textures into memory. Well, models and textures into memory at once. It's possible, but I'd be surprised. And then loading onto the graphics card from memory should be extremely quick. I don't see any reason for the load to take any more than, you know, a second, 2 seconds at the most. I've been wanting to say that so many times, but that would spoil the puzzle of reaching the seed from the cart. Oh, letting me know that I could use the mouse. I think it does actually. I would also guess the textures are compressed, so decompressing. Game is 9 gigs, so I think it's some gigabytes of textures loaded at once in epic mode. Depending upon what algorithm they're using, I suppose decompression might take a long time. I mean, you wouldn't have thought it on today's CPUs, but I suppose it could. I mean, you'd get a lot of cache misses if it was operating over that much data, so maybe that's it. Maybe it's spending most of its time in decompression. That's got to be it now I think about it. Not necessarily decompression specifically, but it must be doing some sort of post-processing over a large amount of data that's causing the slowdown. I don't see what else could be leading to that. Alright, can I just about reach that? No. Oh dear, I may be out of luck. Oh no, wait. Ah, I didn't need to do that at all. I've just realised. I can just adjust the cart's position once I'm over, can't I? Oh wow. Wasted a bit of time, but it hasn't exactly set me back. Just checked when I entered this world, it actually only increased with 2 GB of video memory in Task Manager. Yeah, that shouldn't take long to load on a modern PC with a decent graphics card. Okay, here we go, here we go. There we go. We're helping. I still find it so bizarre that there isn't a corresponding seed on the other side. Perhaps I should reread the seed book at some point. Maybe there was a type of seed that could do that I've just forgotten about or something. The good news, it's easier to hit that when the cart is turned around. Okay. My efforts weren't entirely in vain then. Ooh. It looks like particles were still settling. I hope I haven't left without some of my particles. That would be most unfortunate. Back I go, I guess. Which way? This way, I think. Is that the way I wanted to go? Well, I can go this way anyway. Oh, it's faster to just go through the junkyard and up the ramp. Oh right, to get to the seed that I'm trying to get to. Yes, you're probably right. Yep, exactly. I'm already here this time, but I'll try to remember that for next time. Wait, where am I going? Down here, I think? I vaguely remember there's another seed lying around here somewhere, but I do not recall where that one is. So that'll be a fun little Easter egg hunt later. I don't think it was hard to find, I've just forgotten where it was. So for those that have played through the Myst games in chat, which was your favourite game and why? For the record, I've done the 5 main series games. I think they... Oh, left a few of my particles behind again. I believe there's at least one game that's not in the main series that I haven't done. Riven. So I certainly think that was my favourite. When you do play Uru, you should play the online version hosted by Cyan. There are new players created ages available. Oh, that's interesting. Is there any form of moderation at all, or is it quite a free space? Right, that's been successfully destroyed. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything else here worthy of note. So let's go to that other area. Haven't played Uru, but not favourite since I gave up due to bad controls. It's between Riven and Myst for me. Riven definitely best game due to having a quite rigid story and puzzles all over the world, but still made sense. But Myst is a candidate because of the nostalgia, but also given that nothing even slightly similar had been made before. I can understand that. But to be honest, I liked Exile 2. It had a couple of good puzzles. Yes, Exile was the third game, wasn't it? The one with Savadro. To be honest, that one annoyed me. I seem to remember there were two things about Exile that particularly annoyed me. One was that there were certain... a lot of the puzzles only made sense in retrospect. Like, when you knew the solution, you could then work backwards and see how the problem worked, but it didn't work the other way round. You would never think that the thing that you had to do was the thing that you had to do. A good example of that was when you had to and spoilers for anyone that hasn't played, there was that one puzzle where you had to manipulate a giant flower in a particular way to cause a bird to pick you up and then fly you off to a particular spot. And there was nothing to indicate when you were manipulating the flower that that would cause a bird to appear. Like, that you could see the bird on the level and you knew that's where around where its nest was where you're trying to get to. But there was nothing about the flower itself that indicated, oh, this is going to attract a bird. And so when you know the solution, as I say, it's you can see how the problem's been developed, but it's not something that you would ever think to do. You just sort of like just keep manipulating things until you happen to hit upon the right idea. Whereas I think in Riven, generally speaking, you didn't have that problem. Most of the puzzles were based on things in the world that had an actual function in the world, and you could then think forwards. You could think, you know, I want to achieve this thing, how do I manipulate the things in the world to do that? Yeah, it felt like Exile was when they started to lose a bit. Myst 4 was even worse like that, but I still think there were many areas in Exile that were quite good, thinking many of the puzzles in the Age with marble tracks, for example. Oh, sorry, that was from Myst 4. But there were some that were good. What was I thinking? And the other thing that irritated me was that sometimes the navigation could be really obnoxious in Myst 3. From what I remember, there was one area in particular where I walked through it dozens of times trying to see how to progress, and it was just because there was a path that didn't look like a path. It was just all overgrown, and it just like, even once I realised that was the direction I was supposed to go, I like went back, looked at it, and knowing that it was a path, it still didn't look like a path. And that was frustrating. And I seem to remember, although that I think the worst example was in the jungle area, where the bird puzzle was as well, I'm pretty sure that happened more than once, just not as badly. Interesting. So I guess what I'm saying is I don't think the puzzle's integrated into the world as well, and I don't think there was as much polish. Well, I've certainly set something in motion, haven't I? Quite literally. That doesn't look like that's supposed to work like that. I feel like that's supposed to be connected up. Maybe not. It's the same on the other side. I'm not 100% certain whether I'll do Uru or not, because it seems like it's a very different experience. I mean, I'm not against it, but I would have to check it out a bit more and decide if it's if it would be a good fit. But that's interesting. That looks like Russian. but I'll check that link out at some point. Thank you. I think they did a good decision to leave the Myst universe when they made Obduction, since I really like this game, since it gave them freedom needed to make a good game rather than being a Myst game, also back to being a Cyan game. Yes, I think there's a general problem in a lot of media-based industries, like games, like films, like TV and so on, that if something's successful, the expectation is that there's going to be another one made, which is obviously profit-driven, but I really think it should be the other way round. That, that if you've made something, a film, a TV show, a game, and it was good, well, the expectation, I would have thought, should be that it's finished and you're not going to produce anything else unless you can really justify why a sequel needs to be made. You know, the fact that you can really demonstrate that there is another great story to be told in that universe, as opposed to just you think it would be profitable. Just my opinion. Do these move? These do move. Hold on, I want to check something out quickly. So if that's on, then we have this one, this one, this one, this one's not on, this one's not on, this one, this one, this one, not that one, not that one, this one, not that one, not that one, this one. Wonderful. Now, if I turn this on, then we get this one, 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 not this one, not this one, this one, this one, not this one, this one. And now if I have them both on, we get is that what it was doing before? This one, 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 not this one, not this one, this one, this one, not this one, and not this one. So how have they combined these? If both these things are switched on, That is strange. I was expecting to see something like they're anding them together, or they're oaring them, or they're exclusive oaring them, or something like that. But it doesn't look that way. Wait, can I... Oh, I can interact with these as well. Oh my goodness. There's so many controls here. Although admittedly, they all do seem to just correspond to different LED patterns. Oh, and there's yet a whole another set of numbers here. Wait, can I not turn this off again? Oh, I can. I wonder if this machine actually does something, or if it's purely here to distract me. Because if so, it's doing a very good job. And so the numbers appear up there. 19. Enter. Nothing. Interesting that this does seem to be human technology, though. What does it even connect to? It connects up to there, so that's presumably going to lower that, if I can figure out how to do it. How strange. Why would you bother? Like, this seems like pretty sophisticated machinery to only lower a bridge. Not a bridge, a ladder. I'll probably be coming back to that, but let's continue exploring a little bit. I'm fairly certain there's other things we haven't looked at yet. Okay, doesn't seem to be much of use over here. I've forgotten if I've been down here yet. If I have, it doesn't seem particularly useful. So let's just go over to the other lift that we found before, but which didn't seem to do anything. and see if that's operational or not. I'm guessing it's probably not, but it's worth checking. Now that's a strange fabric. Those aren't... Oh, these... Okay, I was going to say those aren't crystals. I think they are crystals. I don't think that's a fabric. I think that's a lattice of crystals. Why you would do that, I don't know. Was this the way? No, this was not the way. I wonder if there's something over there. Because I'm just wondering about this whole apparatus. I wonder if perhaps there's a cart or something over there that can travel up and down the chain or something. Ah, this was it, wasn't it? But no, this doesn't seem to be functioning even now. Was there anything else here? Don't think so. Okay, so I guess head back and keep tinkering then. Those buttons and switches have thrown me. I can't see any logical way that they would have got from one to the other. Maybe I should try and find buttons and switches that turn on very, very few lights and then see how those ones specifically combine. If I keep it simple, it might be easier to figure out. But before that, I suppose I should go over here and see if I've missed anything. Anything of import. Interesting. I can't seem to move this, and I can't seem to move this anymore. Am I just waiting for everything to slow down and stop? Or is there something else going on here? Perhaps I can't. Perhaps once it's started, it can't be stopped from the same place for some reason. Odd. Wait, that wasn't doing that before. So does this then lock into the position I saw it in before? Yes. But I'm still not allowed up here, apparently. Well, that's a curious thing to think about. Okay, back to the strange computer. So, what do we have here? That turns on plenty. That turns on nothing. Does it modify anything? If I turned something else on and then I turned it on, doesn't look like it. Okay, that's very notable. If these do combine in any simple logical way, then it's reasonable to assume that a series of off does not change anything. All of those are turning on a lot of lights though. I wonder if this was salvaged from the submarine. Seems likely, doesn't it? Wait, those two both turn on the same. Okay, so this will be interesting. Why would it do that, of all things? Oh, of course. Those work differently, don't they? Interesting. So does that do it with any combination of 4? So if I turn that on. No, not any combination of 4. Any sequential sequence of 4? No. Certainly seems like there's something to do with 4s going on here though. 1 on -1. Hmm. Well, this thing has me bamboozled. This isn't going to be random. The amount of work it would... I suppose it wouldn't be a huge amount of work, but it would be a nuisance to design this such that every combination is random. I don't think they've done that. There must be a logic to this. Ah, okay. Which one was it? Looking for one that's symmetrical on the left and the right. So K's like that. So top 4 on, next one off, next one on, next one off. On the left and right column. That one's identical. But it doesn't stay symmetrical. That is a good indicator that the right and left columns are interfering with each other in some way. So could these be 14-bit numbers? Why only number it 1 to 7 then? And do I read downwards first, and then to the right? Downwards first, then to the left? Left to right, then down? Let's suppose it's left to right, then down. If these are bits and it's doubling in value each time. Well then, we have the binary number, assuming I'm right, 0 0 1 1 0 0 1 1. 1 1 1 1 1 1. which is 3,327. Now, if we double that, then we'd get 1 1001 1111 1110. Which we plainly don't. So either I'm reading the encoding wrong, or that's not what's going on. It's not adding. If it was if this were adding, then bearing in mind that I know it's not actually a K because it's in Russian, but the thing that looks like K, bearing in mind that that turns on the exact same lights that the switch 1 here does, so they're the same value. If it were adding, that would be equivalent to doubling. And if it were doubling, we would be absolutely guaranteed that the least significant bit that had previously been set would no longer be set, because it would have, whatever the least significant set bit was, it would have been added to itself and then would have become 0 with 1 bit overflow. Now, given that none of the corner lights are changing, in particular these two aren't, but not even at the bottom, that's a good indicator that it's not adding them. Unless the least significant bit is bottom right. Okay, unless that one there is, in this case, the least significant bit that's set. That one does change. That's the only way it could be adding. Hello, Yisha. It's lovely to see you. But if that were the case, that should have turned off as well. I'm pretty sure. Yes, because if that were the least significant bit, then there's only two ways it could be reading this number. From bottom to top, and then going left, like that. So from there to there. Or, alternatively, from there to there, there to there, there to there. So from right to left and then from bottom to top. In either case, this bit here would it be Is it true to say that that bit should... That bit obviously would get added to itself and there'd be overflow, but is there any way... No, because we're doubling the number, we could never have... At most, any given bit could influence the next value for itself and the next most significant bit. It could... This one, for example, could never affect whatever bit is 2 up from it if we're doubling. So yeah, so we can rule that out. This definitely isn't adding, even with some very strange encoding. I'm pretty good, Yusha. Sorry to hear that you're exhausted. Puzzled, actually. I'm puzzled. I'm trying to figure out what this thing's doing. I've ruled out adding. It's definitely not adding. And it's not anding, oring, or XORing. Can't be subtracting, although that wouldn't really make sense because it wouldn't be clear whether that one should come first and then that one, or vice versa. You'd want a symmetric operator. I think that's commutativity. So it'd have to be a... It's reasonable to assume that whatever operation the thing's performing, it's commutative. Then we've got this whole display up here, which whose function is not clear. Hold on. Worth checking. If I set this to all 9s, for example, would that change the patterns we get? No. So it's not reading from this in any meaningful way, so far as I can tell. What happens if I try and overflow it? It won't let me. What is it doing? So it's not a bitwise AND or XOR. It's not adding integers together. I suppose it could be multiplying them. We can test that easily, because we have this value, because we have Actually, could we test it easily for all possible encodings? Possibly not. But we could very quickly check if this is in fact what's going on in a naive way. In a simple way, perhaps, would be a better way of phrasing it. So we know this would have... We theorise that that bit pattern, if it is indeed an integer, might be 3327. That is if we're reading from left to right, top to bottom. So if we were multiplying, and taking only the least significant 14 bits, we'd get 1 0 0 1 1 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 1. Pretty sure that's not what we get. No. Not even remotely. Okay, that doesn't prove it couldn't be any form of multiplication. Like, I'm reasonably sure I demonstrated it couldn't be any form of addition. But it's certainly not multiplication in the most obvious way. But what would even be the point of that? Why would you put an adding machine here, or a multiplying machine here, or anything like that? I feel like I'm just fundamentally misunderstanding what this thing's function is. Interesting. Looks like there might be another lift down there. It's very notable that if I add enough of these, that is, I press enough of these buttons, eventually it ends up returning to all off. There's probably something useful to be gleaned from that observation, but I don't know what it is. Could this be, in some way, shape or form, to do with encryption or decryption? Is this to scramble messages in some way? Yes, you might use a 14-bit encoding then, on the grounds that that leaves you 2 bits left with a bus size of 16 bits to use for error detection and correction. And then perhaps the idea is that you type out your message one at a time, and it uses the previous stored value as a input parameter for the next output value. So that way the same sequence of characters wouldn't necessarily end up being output the same, provided the preceding characters were different. So say the word, I don't know, what might you pick? The word fox would be different depending upon whether it was the fox or a fox, if that was the beginning of a message. Maybe. But that, I don't know Russian, but that does not look like enough characters to encode any message, so that puts doubt on that theory. In fact, we can see that this doesn't have enough characters, because this is presumably Russian that's written down here. There's a character that looks like a capital A. That doesn't correspond to any of the characters here. So no, it's probably not for scrambling messages. I must be missing something. Perhaps there's something written down about it somewhere that I've just missed. How peculiar. Of course, you then have the whole display of numbers up top, which doesn't seem to serve any useful purpose. Oh, even more buttons. I think I've clicked these before, but that's the same as the K one, isn't it? That isn't a K. So that's 4 of them together. think. Yes. That's odd. It stopped responding properly. I'm not sure what I did there. Oh well, I know from experience if I keep pressing things it'll eventually come back round to... There we go. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so it does seem commutative. It doesn't matter which order I do them in. Those two buttons both appear to just delete whatever's in there. Well, the game devs wouldn't have put that in if it wasn't useful in some way. But I can't see it having any noticeable effect. Aside from just printing it up there, which isn't very useful on its own. Come on, reset yourself, you know you want to. That's interesting, because that's the K configuration, isn't it? But pressing... Oh no, of course that wouldn't work, because that would... Because these are presumably in the off state at the moment, and I'll be turning them on, not off. So, what might be interesting... Let's find out don't need that. Let's find out what happens. Okay, can I press buttons to get this back to a all off position, even though I have one of the switches down below on? And if I can, what then happens if I turn it off? It doesn't particularly want to go back to a position of... Oh no, I've done it. So now let's flick it off. That is not... I don't know what I expected, but it wasn't that. So it is as if it's toggling them. That is strange. Because I know for a fact that if I had turned another, what I'm calling a K value on, it doesn't turn them all off. It's not like it's XORing all the bits or anything like that. But apparently if they're all off and then I turn off a K value, it produces a K value. What does that imply? I suppose that implies that whatever function we're performing here, I think, must be its own inverse. Is that true? Yes, I think that's true, because if we press one of these buttons and then we press it again, we always get back to the initial state. So it's reasonable to assume that pressing once does something and pressing twice undoes it. But if turning on that means we can define an on state and an off state meaningfully. Now, if it's on and then we get it to we'll call it a 0 state, and then we turn it off. If that gives us the same output as turning it on would from a 0 state, that means that whichever way we perform the operation, we will always get the same result. In other words, whatever function is being performed here is its own inverse, I think. I think that's right. That honestly just raises more questions than it answers. But if it is its own inverse, then we'd expect performing the same function twice in a row would get us back to the start. So if g of x is the inverse of f of x, we'd expect f of g of x to be x, and equally g of f of x to also be x. But we know for a fact that isn't the case due to values like this, so it isn't its own inverse. So then, why did we see the behaviour we saw before? Where starting from a 0 state and then turning it off got us to the same value as if it had been in a 0 state and we'd turned it on. Wait, there's a number burnt in there. Is that the last value I input? Or is that something else that's been burnt in there? That's worth checking. That's the last value I input. Okay. I haven't discovered anything useful then. This wasn't just a place where the devs just deposit a code for the player to discover. Well, I think I'm done with that for now. I cannot work it out. That does leave me a little stuck though. Not clear how to proceed. I'll take a hint if they're going. I mean, I'd like to persevere with this. I just feel like I've spent a very long time looking at it already and I haven't really got very far. Any other machines there? There's this thing whose function isn't clear. There's... I can't interact with this part of this machine, but I can interact with it lower down. Can't seem to move this anymore. I would say you should look more carefully at the machine at the top of the stairs. Okie dokie. Thank you for the hint. Okay. I didn't know I could do that. Ah, wonderful. Use my mouse, you say? Ah, Okay. I get it. I was wondering about that earlier. How I would get these to connect. Thank you for the assistance. Is this thing going to be more helpful now? I'm guessing not. Nah. Just trying to zero this out again. Oh, nearly. There we go. Right, where were we? Lots of new things to look at. Probably. Right, now I wonder if this machine will work now. Well, hey! Progress. Ooh. Oh, this is just taking me back to the start. Disappointing. I must say, I was wondering if I could keep turning this or not. I assume not. Oh, I can. Progress. Trying to work out if I know where I am or not. Not sure I've been here before. No, pretty sure I haven't. Oh well. Let's see where we end up. Oh, I think I know where I'm about to end up. This was the area before where I said, oh, I wonder if there's a cart on the other end of that chain that can be brought across. Looks like the answer is yes, and I found it. Wonder why I need it though, because the area where it was didn't seem particularly interesting on its own. Wasn't there a lift around here before? Which has now disappeared. I wonder if it's connected to the same mechanism that cart is, maybe? Wait. Doesn't seem to be, does it? Huh. I think that's the way I came from. Very notable, we haven't seen a single living soul yet. Oh, I see. There's a tiny little edge here. Tiny little bit of ground that hangs there to make it so that if you were to walk along the other side while the bridge isn't there, you wouldn't fall to your death. Okay, that is indeed as far as we can go, though. Okay. Oh, I remember what I was going to check. I wanted to check if that lift that I thought was there before is there again or not. I'm guessing not. No, it does seem to be here. Well, that's interesting. So what happens to it? It must get lifted up, I suppose. I don't see where else it could go. Interesting. No, it must get pulled across. Ah. Okay, that's interesting. That looks like another sphere that's been transported there. Quite a lot of this does, actually. I wonder if this whole area is very well jumbled up. If we're in fact going to end up doing a lot of rearranging bits of land. Right, now I know what to look for. In theory, I should be able to see... Oh no, I won't be able to see the other... No, I should. I should be able to see the other one moving under me, shouldn't I? Probably. Maybe. No, have just passed me. Yes, there it is, I think. No? No, that was always there, I think. Huh. Oh, it was there. Excellent. Yeah, that must have been it. So let's go back and look at it on the other side and see if it performs any useful function. So yes, that looks like another area we should be able to get to and transport around. This potentially might be. It certainly looks like different sorts of rock than the indigenous rock. And this especially looks like it shouldn't be here, or didn't originate here. Saw it. You mostly see the anchor point, but also the hooks. Excellent. Moving it there doesn't seem to have been eminently useful, does it? Okay. What else is there to explore now? I just realised it hasn't been night once since we've been here, has it? That looks like the same sort of tree. Hold on. It's only just dawned on me. That looks like the same sort of tree as we had back on Hunrath. That's probably the place I'm trying to get to. Would you like a little nudge? Maybe very shortly. Just let me check something in a minute. Yeah, so I bet I'm trying to get there, aren't I? But presumably I can't go this way. No, I can't. Okay. That's interesting. I think this probably is the I think this probably is Mofang territory. It's definitely not the Villain, because we know how their number system works. We've encountered that technology several times before, and there's no evidence of it, well, at least once before, and there's no evidence of it whatsoever over here. Oh, I see what's happened there. So we can rule them out. That brings it down to the Mofang or the Arai. Now, I don't know what sort of technology the Arai have, but somehow I get the feeling this isn't the work of insects. I feel like their technology would be very visibly adapted to their different physiology. And the fact that what technology we have seen here has been a mixture of human and Mofang. I think this must be Mofang. Okay, I'll take that little nudge now. Check out where the beam was. Beam. You just missed something small. Beam? This beam? The red beam. Oh. The laser with you. I take it when you say you just missed something small, you're referring to in the vicinity of the laser that had been there, not you just as in just this moment I did. I don't know what... I don't have a clear idea in mind of what insect technology would look like, but their physiology is so different. I would expect the interfaces for everything to look different and function differently. I'd have expected to see something that would have... I would have expected that up to this point I would have seen something which corresponds to their size and shape and the fact that they don't have the same appendages. Like, for example, admittedly that looked like human technology, but that control panel on the computer, that doesn't look like it would have been the most convenient thing to use if all you had was legs that came to a point and antennae. So I don't want to mislead you, it has nothing to do with the actual being. wonder if I can get down there. It would require me to reach the other side, wouldn't it? Which I don't think I can do. Definitely don't want to go that way. Pretty sure I could scramble over a lot of this stuff if this were real. A lot of the stuff I'm barred from doing. Where is that light coming from? Definitely something going on down there. Are people screaming at their monitors again? Very loudly. My apologies. It's okay, you don't know what you don't know, but you did see the clue I was trying to show you, which was that little walkway. Oh, okay. I haven't missed anything then. I just get the sneaking suspicion that I'm probably not supposed to... I could be wrong. I think I'm probably not supposed to get over there and then go down there. I think it's probably the other way round. I reckon I'm probably supposed to make my way down there somehow and then get up. And that's probably the way I access the other side in the tree. I wouldn't go that far that you didn't miss anything. Yeah, I enjoy watching this, so no worries at all. Watching how you solve it and your thoughts is why I'm here, not the progress in the game, since that I already know. Oh, thank you. Not sure my thought process is particularly brilliant, mind you. This is such a small self-contained area though. I keep thinking that if there's anything more here it must be a way down or something, but that really doesn't seem to be the case. I can maybe get up there? I don't think so though. Remember when you were talking about misgames earlier and what frustrated you? Certainly that path that didn't look like a path, that frustrated me. And also puzzles that only make sense in reverse. Every player sees new things, and that's actually what I like with this game, and others like this. There's so much up to interpretation, but you definitely have quite many new thoughts. Oh, thank you, I think. Not good thoughts, not or clever thoughts, or insightful thoughts, but new thoughts. Oh, thank you. It was intended as a compliment. So I'm guessing there's probably a path somewhere broadly in this vicinity which doesn't look like a path. Which is helpful if true. Is that a second ramp underneath the first? I think it is. I feel like that should slide out. It's connected to this, so if it can slide out, it must go that way. What is that connected to? Can't really get a good angle on it. That goes in there, and then it just gets lost. See, I'm conscious of the fact this is probably supposed to come out once the other cart is all the way over here. The other cart's probably supposed to travel over here, and then that juts out to let you in. That's my guess. But that's not going to be very useful unless I can strand the other cart over there somehow. Hello, Cyver. I just want to have a quick look at the... Ooh. I just want to have a quick look at the cart I was talking about on the other side. You could always try the right-hand rule. What, that maps travel or direction of electrical current, the direction of a magnetic field and movement. The one for finding one's way out of a maze. Oh right, always turn right and then backtrack. I've made an interactive world map for an Obduction, but it would be spoiler too much at the moment. Well, I found it. Thank you everyone for your hints. Sorry? What do you have to be sorry for? No, that's alright. I don't even think this is anywhere near as bad as the one in Exile. That was just egregious. This was just me not fully exploring. I mean, I can see how from a distance that doesn't look like a path, but at least once you get up this far, it's obvious. Which wasn't the case in Exile. You figured out the rest before you even found this, which is a feat in and of itself. Oh, thank you. Oh dear. Goodness me. I seem to have opened up a very large area. Yep, I'm afraid that's just me being completely oblivious to my surroundings again. This again looks like an area that wasn't native to here and perhaps could be swapped out. Not sure what I think about this sudden change in music. Sometimes there's a fine line between being too visible and too hidden. I know that from geocaching, how much you can hide in plain sight and no one will notice anything. Geocaching? Is that where you set up little caches, little stores of interesting things at specific coordinates for people to find? Like USBs full of things and what have you. Whoa, of course that would happen. Somehow that didn't register as the edge of the map, but of course it is. Yeah, exactly. Basically a logbook and a pen though, but kids like to trade items too. Ah, that's got me a lot closer to this one. Goodness me, this feels vast. Oh my goodness, we found another transportation seed. That's green, that's going somewhere else entirely. That will definitely be worth exploring in the very near future, but probably not right this moment. And it keeps on going. My goodness me. Yet another one. This one looks like it may go back to Huntrath. Yes, judging by the colour, I think it will. Alright, let's give it a go. I get the feeling the devs use this effect in particular to impress VR users. Because I imagine it's, especially if you're in VR and this feels somewhat real, it's especially trippy to where am I? To all of a sudden have your surroundings dissolve around you and then where am I? Oh, the White House. Oh, I could have gone here all along and I didn't even realise. They did the exact same thing in Riven. And I fell for it then too. Sorry, and have your surroundings rematerialise around you in a different way. Can you not put links in? I think the dev commented on that and he said he whipped it up early in development in like 30 minutes and then it happened to work out better than expected, so they kept it. Yeah, sorry, that behind the door thing is such a cyan meme at this point. Yeah, honestly, I'm not even angry at them, I'm disappointed in myself. Interesting. CF. Ooh. Here we go, this is what we were looking for, another lore dump. The Villain, I can't find the words, it's such a foreign life cycle, or perhaps not. They launch themselves across the expanses of space, preserved for eons until at last their technological arcs can home in and carry them to a new home. They have no connection with their predecessors, but in spite of this, perhaps because of this, they have amazing recollections of their history. Their stories are epic, reaching back through the eons. Unlike many of us who were abducted, they were abducted as a whole. Their scoop moved an entire facility that was about to be annihilated. I've come to believe that they, perhaps more than any of us, have a deeper understanding of whatever this strange system is that we find ourselves in. And then we have a date. I need to write this down. We buried Ji-Yun today. This place never really agreed with her. Kept to herself mostly, depressed and downcast. Anyway, I digress. I stayed after the brief words were spoken. I was the last to leave. I wandered to the dome, as I often do, and looked out at the undulating saurian weirdness beyond the cell wall. Movement caught my eye. Saurian? That sounds familiar. Mofang, Sauria. I've got Sauria written down under Mofang. So that's presumably where she was. Movement caught my eye. Now on very rare occasions we've seen Mofang scrambling about in the distance. But there have been fewer and fewer sightings over the years. But before me was a tall, haggard Mofang running desperately, almost directly towards me from one of the distant structures. It, I still can't tell the gender, got closer and closer. I thought it would see me and stop or turn around or be curious about the strange dome and our home and our world inside it, but it continued running quickly, almost directly to my position. I was frozen in place with curiosity until my reflexes took over at the last moment and I leapt out of the way. But rather than hit the dome and fall backwards or come through into Hunref, the dome flashed its familiar tone and the Mofang vanished. I was stunned for a bit, but I retrieved my wits and stepped into the dome myself to quickly get to the other side. After getting through, I immediately turned around and saw the Mofang outside on the other side of the dome, still running away from whatever it feared, but as if it had no sense of passing around the dome. As surprising as the event was, it did serve to settle a few things in my mind. I always wondered how no one on Earth noticed what had replaced this chunk of Arizona we have here. Sorry, I must have missed something there. I'm missing something. I don't understand how that explains why no one noticed the bit of Arizona that was missing. So which dome is she talking about? The membrane? Okay, so she's saying... Oops. Let me read that again. I was frozen in place with curiosity until my reflexes took over at the last moment and I leapt out of the way, but rather than hit the dome and fall backward, or come through into Hunrath, the dome flashed its familiar tone and the Mofang vanished. I was stunned for a bit, but I retrieved my wits and stepped into the dome myself to quickly get to the other side. After getting through, I immediately turned around and saw the Mofang outside and on the other side of the dome, still running away from whatever it feared, but as if it had no sense of passing around the dome. Oh, I get it. The Mofang was on the outside of the membrane. The Mofang ran through and it just got teleported to the other outside. So the dome was... The dome not only will turn you... The dome will not only transport you 180 degrees round the dome on the inside, it does the same on the outside. But the weird thing is the Mofang didn't notice that it happened. It was as though the space that was in the middle had been infinitely collapsed to a point or something like that. So it just saw the surroundings and didn't realise anything was amiss. Oh, thank you for the link, Cypher. I won't look now, because as you say, there will be spoilers, but that's very interesting. I've got to vent. Again, there are those who argue with me. Over and over, I demonstrate that in almost every case, whatever the process was that brought us here, it occurred at a pivotal moment. They tell their stories, and they still can't admit that the abduction actually saved each of us. Abduction. I've been wondering about why they sometimes refer to obduction, which... Yeah, that's abduction, which is correct, but the game's obduction, which is peculiar. Anyway, where was I? They tell their stories and they still can't admit that the abduction actually saved each of us, all of us. What is it in human nature that grasps so strongly to the past that we blame our saviours for stealing it from us? Okay, just one more vent before bed. If each of us was individually saved from something, then maybe all of us were corporately saved from something larger. Can we really be sure what's left? And this, the arrivals come from various places and times. Sarah got here almost 15 years ago from the year 2055, and Urziel got here 2.5 years ago from 1942. What does that mean? Time here is shuffled and chaotic compared to Earth. What state is Earth in right now? When is Earth right now? It's 3:15 AM and I feel compelled to journal this craziness. After spending most of yesterday meditating with the Arai and then most of this evening discussing the nature of these worlds with CW, I had just a sip of the infamous Unref hooch and collapsed in my chair. Well, I just awoke from a dream. I'm not one who puts a lot of credibility in dreams, but maybe the arrow were able to move something in me to understand. Or possibly, because of the intense discussion, my subconscious mind was triggered to be able to sort out some logical connections. Or maybe it was the hooch. The dream. I was tending a garden, an immense garden, and it wasn't for food or flowers, it was just about the health of the garden. I kept working and working to control it and contain it and make it healthier, but the garden seemed to fight me at every turn, and after what seemed like days of work I finally gave up in frustration. As I stood there doing nothing, the garden flourished before my eyes, growing and spreading in every direction, because I realised the system that the plants were based on was not about me shaping and controlling. The natural system of plants is healthier when they are out of control, when they are free to spread and intermingle and cross-pollinate and mutate. Now from a human point of view, that may not provide what I want. I get smaller fruit and smaller flowers and untidiness, but from the point of view of the plants, they grow stronger and much more resilient and resistant. The more they are scattered, the higher the odds of surviving. And now that I contemplate, I realise that even the individual plant seeds may not appreciate the benefit of what's happening. They are torn far from their origins, forced into situations that seem extreme, possibly even destroyed by these new environments. But for the seeds that survive, the seeds that survive. Now that's where real growth, strength and abundance comes from. It's so beautiful and terrifying. Beyond the beauty of it all is a system and structure that defies understanding. Okay, what if this is all a natural process? There are signs of something behind it all, but, well, hidden signs. So, well, if I look at all of this, the cell, the tree, the water, the seeds, the hub, the health, even the abductions, well, there seems to be a grand system or plan. The plan doesn't take me into account. It is unemotionally intent on the health of something much bigger that may hurt my feelings, but, well, what am I in the entire scheme of the universe? I have no idea what, if anything, might have put this process into motion, but that is irrelevant. Tomorrow I will talk with CW. He could be swayed from his battery plan. I really don't journal much. I came to write this down because I'm distraught. As I contemplate the plan that I have set in motion, I realise that I have become the destroyer of worlds. I sat down to write, to seek some cathartic tranquilization, and I realised the last thing I journaled was some esoterically beautiful philosophy about letting this garden grow. Not so reaffirming or calming. But nevertheless, here is my reasoning, because I must write this down. Simply, it's us or them. Complexly, if this is some kind of garden, and we're the plants or seeds or whatever, or some of us have gotten together and decided that we're the better choice to survive, if the others have unilaterally decided that we all won't survive, I am more fit. Darn it. This is not me. I want to become and garden, or ungarden, or grow, or what gives one species the right to destroy another species? Who gets to choose? Do I just lay down and die because the more aggressive species thinks they're better, more powerful? What brutal scale do I use to measure the good of some against the life of others? Does love ever destroy in order to help more survive? To help love itself to survive? Does that even make sense? Can I kill because I think it will bring about more love? What if I'm not even capable of understanding the situation of hate or love? Maybe I'm the hater. Do I generate this love delusion to help me maintain my sanity in the light of the choice I have made? My goodness, it's too much. If these are just my walls of delusion, then I choose to live within them. I am a seed, scattered by the wind, but I will not simply be trampled. I will kick and scream and survive. May God have mercy on my soul. Well, that was interesting. Interesting. Adventures in the ages of mist and beyond. Huh. Can I link away? Doesn't seem like it. Is that not a readable book? Doesn't seem like it. Arai Larval Notes by CF. That must be Caroline Farley, I think it was. Takes about 3 to 5 days for a single Arai larvae to change colours after being moved to a new surface. Pulsing stops immediately upon removal from captar, induced by polyarchs. Cloning has been extremely easy, like potatoes easy. Organics. Plant fibre, yellow. Bone, light yellow. Arai encrustment, green metals. Gold, pink. Copper, red, orange. Titanium, orange. Silver, red. Aluminium, red, orange. Tech. Mofang tech. Magenta. Verlaine extrusions, near white stone. Granite, captar, teal blue. Sandstone, hunrath, light blue. Sourcestone, Mofang, deep purple. Shell, moray, very light blue. Plus polyarch pods, always purple. To do, I'm curious about the effect of combining various base surface. Still a bit odd experimenting with the life forms. The light they emit is handy given our limited supply of diesel fuel. So were they using larvae for lights? What was yellow? Did they have a yellow? Plant fibre, bone, and so on. So I wonder if those glowing plants, sorry, the glowing insects I saw were actually the larval stage of the Arai. Right, I think that's everything of interest here. I don't see anything else. So I guess I should make my way back. Oh, if I'm here, then it's going to be quicker to go the other way. I just realised I go down here to end up higher up, don't I? Yes, I do. That's interesting. So that suggests that when I'm transported by the sphere, it always takes me to the farthest point on the surface of the sphere from the one that I touched. Wonderful. never did figure out what this thing was for, did I? So I'm wondering if that's one of the Arai larvae. What was that? Probably nothing. Yeah, so I suppose I could head back the way I went before and see what it's been swapped with. Whatever it's been swapped with presumably doesn't have a seed, or else there would have been a seed there before. Oh, then again, I never went to that area before, did I? So I don't know there wasn't a seed there. I just strongly suspect there wasn't, because then I would have seen content much earlier than would have been intended, I imagine. That was it. I had to go through here, didn't I? Amazing how many of these... Amazing how often the one side of the sphere matches up to the other, given that this was presumably just a big chunk of land from their home planet that got teleported away. Right, it was down here, wasn't it? Oh my goodness, there was one. So presumably I could have ended up here much earlier. But because the laser was still in operation, I wouldn't have been able to teleport back to the other side of the main citadel, for want of a better word. I'd have only had access to this bit. It's quite a lot of stuff I'd have had access to there. If I hadn't fallen for the old door trick. This presumably wouldn't have been operational. I wouldn't have been able to make it operational. So where does this go, I wonder? Only one way to find out. I wonder if this goes to the area near the computer that I couldn't figure out, because there was a lower cart that was wrecked, wasn't there? think that might be where I am. Which would mean this would give me access to the upper area. Yes, this is exactly where I've ended up. So that's the bit I'd like to lower. Okay, which had nothing to do with that computer. Is that computer literally a distraction? I joked about it earlier. Now I am legitimately wondering, was that just a big distraction? Sure hope this isn't lowering me into a pool of sulfuric acid or something like that. Nope, I seem to be good. Hello? I found another one of you. Transport spheres are a lot like buses, aren't they? You wait ages for one and then several come at the same time. Okay, this is presumably open from the other side then. I wonder if this is part of the... No, it wouldn't be part of the sub-area, would it? I'm trying to think where that would correspond to. Well, let's see where I turn up. I'm guessing that I'll be able to get up there once it's been swapped out, and then I'll probably be able to get to the other side of the door as a result. Oh, it was that dome. Why does this go nowhere? But no, I remember the exact dome, because I remember coming up there before and there was like staircases that led up to nowhere. Oh, this rotates. Of course it rotates. I remember now. That still doesn't tell me where that's supposed to connect up to, though. Huh. Oh, it's like they built this specifically for the purpose of swapping with that particular section. Why? I don't know. Perhaps they wanted to mine these things out and have a convenient way to bring them back or something, and they were moving the seeds to convenient locations, so then they built this structure to let them do that. Where am I going? I'm going this way, aren't I? One thing I love about this game, things just start coming together. They certainly do. Wait, am I not allowed up here? I thought I was. Really? This isn't passable? Okay, it's not. Then I can't go this way, I suppose. I have to go the other way. Huh. How odd. I've forgotten. Did I lower that ladder? I think I did. It's not quite a ladder, is it? But it's not quite stairs. It's sort of between the two. I'm starting to get the sort of vibes I read in those reviews that, you know, you get towards the end of the game and it's not that complicated, but it takes so long. Right, let's make our way back. Nearly there? There we go. Right. I do hope I lowered that ladder / stairs. It would be inconvenient if I didn't. Then again, the lift that I took down, that's still going to be at the bottom, so I would also be reliant on there being a mechanism to summon the lift back up. I'll save you some time, you can't get the lift back up. Oh. That's disappointing. I wonder how I'm supposed to investigate the area I've presumably just opened up then. Because if I teleport back, then I've just undone it. Yep, I did that bit at least. Oh, that's unfortunate. What? Was that just a counterweight? That entire time I was trying to figure it out, and they're just using it as a counterweight. I should have stuck to my instincts. Acknowledged it as nothing more than a distraction. While we're here, is there a way over to the tree? Ooh. Interesting. That doesn't seem right. Is this the way I went before? No. Oh, is this the other side? It might be, you know, but if it is, I still don't have access. Ah, there's the tree. And that's where I want to get to, I assume. Perhaps I need to end up down there somehow to do it? Hello? Interesting. Ah, so it looks like there's not actually much more I can do over here. I skipped a lot of this earlier because so much seemed to open up, but it looks like there wasn't actually much more to do. There's an area over there I still don't have access to. I still haven't explored that. That might be the next thing to do. Down here just goes to the section that I swapped with the vault on Hunrath. Ooh. Aren't they lovely? And this is of course the area I most recently accessed. Okay, so it probably is back to that other transportation seed then. Which I'm fairly certain is not going to Hunrath. It's probably going to a Villain world, I'm guessing. I think they had lush jungles from what I recall. So I have a vague recollection that that's the case. Well, let's try it and see, I suppose. Be a shame if someone trapped the other side of one of these, wouldn't it? Teleport into the heart of a volcano or something. Nope, I appear to be fine. Yeah, this is Villain, isn't it? So it's after a single digit. But I don't know why. Oh, did I just unlock a section? This doesn't seem to want to interact with me. And oh yeah, it will. Okay, looks like I think that allows me to use to get into this area via Hunrath now, because I remember the other side of that gate. I'm pretty sure. It's just a coincidence that I happen to put the right combination in. I mean, I know it's only a 1-digit lock. Obviously, I could. In fact, they only have 4 digits, don't they? So that's not much of a lock. I suppose I was supposed to brute force it then. Good luck with the party, Pengy. Right, back to Hunrath. I'm not too bothered at the moment, but I do think that the amount of time you spend travelling in the late game is probably one of the biggest weaknesses of this game. Given that I know exactly where I need to be next, and how long it's taking me to actually get there. I should have given the player whatever device Escher had in Myst 5 that allowed him to just link about as he pleased. Still don't know what that thing's for. Barrow skin? Is that genuinely what it was? Because I don't think the game ever explained it. He just seemed to have that ability for some reason. Nope, this isn't where I meant to be. Forgot where I was going for a second. I want to go the other way, don't I? There we go. Back we go. Now, do I remember where the other transportation seed on Hunrath was? No. No, I do not. Not the one that's apparently connected to the White House. The other one that I found last session. I have a feeling it's not far from here, including transportation via the membrane. I'm trying to remember how I get to the transportation seed that I found last session that lets me get to the Villain world from Hunrath. Because I unlocked the gate. And now I need to find my way there. I think think it might be through this way. Is it down here? Maybe? Possibly? Maybe not? Oh, I just passed it. Oh, there it is. Thank you, everyone. I see you two are very much in sync. Here we go. Progress. Maybe these particles are what happened to the wood, where there seem to be missing bits. Maybe just the particles on the edges don't get reassembled properly and then they just drift off. Here we go.
Don't panic. This is the best way to keep everyone safe. Just stay on this path and cross the first bridge. Then keep going until you get to that sign-in area. You'll get more information after you sign in.
Okay.
Don't panic. This is the best way to keep everyone safe. Just stay on this path and cross the first bridge. Then keep going until you get to...
Now, there may be a problem with that. Ooh! Another one. Where will this one take me? We will investigate that very shortly. What were my options if I went this way? Oh, is that it? I'm stopped by a few plants. It's completely impassable. A few roots are sticking out. Oh well. Well, let's see what far off place this takes me to. Oh, I see. That's a jump scare, is it? I'm back on Hunrath. I'm trying to think of a... This is where I came from, isn't it? That's the one I used before, except it was the other half. It was its partner. I'm pretty sure that's the case. Yeah. How curious. Maybe... I don't remember what was here before. Maybe this one's partner is more useful on the other side. So maybe if I just go back via this one, I'll have made progress? Question mark? I sure hope all this dematerializing and rematerializing isn't bad for my health. You can probably start to see why loading screen times were mentioned in the reviews. Yes, very much so. This is where I was before, so it was up here, wasn't it? Has this helped at all? It has! It's helped tremendously. Useful little coincidence. I say coincidence, I suppose they chose where to put the seed deliberately. Ooh. I hope this doesn't, like, retract while I'm travelling over it. Nope, we're good. Right, there's a laser that must be up, a Mofang laser. And I'll probably want to return here in the future. That's worth remembering. There's our laser. That means I need to get the rail cart here almost certainly. I suppose strictly speaking there could be another... okay, these both go to the same place. This doesn't though. I suppose strictly speaking there could be another blue laser here. But it seems distinctly more likely I'm supposed to get the rail cart here somehow. Oh my goodness. Still not a living soul. There is a blue laser here. Oh, okay, that makes life easier. I'm impressed by the game design, by the way. It would have been possible to cheat and not align the swapper's coordinates within the different worlds, but both sides of the swapper actually has the same coordinates within each world. So they had to design each world with each other world in mind to line up. Oh, you mean that they... You mean that the spheres are the same size and the coordinates within each sphere match up when they transport chunks of the world? That was an odd noise. I'm surprised that's the case actually, because it's fairly clear from the lore that that needn't be the case. Because I don't think that the... Ah, okay, I can move it. To some extent. I don't think that the... Ah! Oh dear. It's gone forever. What was I saying? I don't think that the seeds care about the spheres at all. I think they're just mapping bits of one world, one bit of land to another bit of land. Whether that's moving them 20 meters or 20 miles or 20 light years. Yes, it is interesting. Maybe I'll have more luck with the mouse. Okay, I think they've inverted the vertical but not the horizontal. Well, I suppose neither's vertical, is it? They've inverted the direction towards where we're looking, but not the direction that's perpendicular to it. There we go. Oh look, it's our good mare.
This be unexpected. Good. But happy. Good. Very good time to be come here now. I am not know who you are, but I could use help. Watch. I am trapped. Not can move. These beasts, called villains, they are much danger. Just look around. They live below water.
Interesting.
And they are storing us for food. You will see as you go. Come. I cannot be here. Find a way to me. And I can figure this out.
Our good mare. Limited vocabulary, it would seem. I'm sure there's probably a joke to be had there about elected officials, but I shall not stoop to that level. Which way was it? Oh, down here, I think. Okie dokie. Progress. Huh. Not much in this section. Wait, is this where I was before? No. This is new. See, that's really not very helpful without some indication.
Why? Are you waiting for some purpose? I'd prefer you hurry.
I'd prefer to know the combination. Yeah, without some indicator of what the combination should be, those controls are really not very helpful.
This desperate situation up here. If you could, please. Hurry. I appreciate.
He's not real, is he? I was thinking about that red sheen that was going over him, like those rocks that were projected. And then that limited vocabulary, and they did say that the Villains only ever managed to master... wasn't it the Villains which are the ones that apparently tried to learn all human languages at the same time or something? Or at least all the ones that were represented by people in Hunrath. And they got very good at all of them quite quickly, but never quite mastered them. So I wonder if that's a projection that the Villains have produced. Not the real mayor. Which is certainly impressive, since they apparently can synthesize his voice to say anything they like. Oh. Okay. Am I supposed to do this one step at a time? Why would you design something like this? Hold on, let me find my Villain numbers. Yeah, it's very impressive if he is in fact just a hologram. A Villain, a programmable Villain impression of him. But why? Why would they do that? What would be the point? Especially having him ask for help like that, and then also insinuate that they're all terrible people. Oh, that's wrong. Yeah, that is indeed what I meant. Okay, let me look at this more carefully. That's 2. What does 2 produce? A section of bridge that connects up directly to the far side. What does 3 produce? A smaller section of bridge. Why would that be? This is confusing. Oh, this seems to be doing it. It's just 2 over and over again. That was straightforward. Are you going to be the same? Looks like it. Easy enough. So that's another 2 transportation spheres right next to each other, is that? Oh my goodness. Imagine. That's a new one. I'm sure that'll lead to some very exciting puzzles. And what if I go this way? See, if the villain were trying to... Yes, it looks better with all 3 though. Oh, was I supposed to do all 3s to make the bridge? Oh well, it's functional. If I have to do it again, I'll bear that in mind. This is where I was before, wasn't it? Oh, so I've built the bridge across. That makes sense. So this just goes back towards the start. Yeah, so if the villain were trying to scare me off, I don't think they'd have their... their hollow Yusuf ask for help. Unless they were trying to lure me. People usually don't understand how it works and just test until they get it over. Yes. I was thinking that when I was completing it, that although this is an interesting little puzzle, with the solution being what it is, it wouldn't require any knowledge about the Villain number system. Unless the whole point of doing that was to try and lure me into a particular place at a particular time. Well, I say particular time, like, if in the near future they wanted to get me to a specific spot, then they might have him ask for help, I suppose. Or maybe they want help themselves, but then why would they... Yeah, but that theory doesn't explain why they would be warning me about themselves being terrible people. Where am I now? Okay. I wasn't expecting to end up here. Interesting though. I can't absolutely guarantee that it's the Villain that are controlling that hologram, though. I mean, it might be Villain built, but controlled by the Mofang, for example, even though that's the Villain sphere. The developer said they originally had much more with the numbers than they ended up with in the end, but that proved to be too hard. Oh dear, that's a shame. Okay, so where will this one lead us to? Ah, is that taking the other one with us? The other pedestal with us? Yes. Oh my goodness. I still don't see the point in doing that, though. I guess if I go back now, the outside of that building will be missing, and that might allow me to then get to areas I couldn't before. Guess the game would have gotten way better critiques without the entire numbering system. That's a shame if true. I quite like the numbering system. I think it's the most clever numbering system I've seen in any of the Cyan games I've played. Okay, that was a lot less interesting than I thought it was going to be. I thought with two different pedestals right next to each other there'd be some really quite intricate puzzle solving to do, but it doesn't seem like it. Whoa! And the fact that there's a call button down here suggests that there'll be some teleporting about, which might lead to us having the lift in the wrong position at some point. Wait, is this a dead end? Why would you bother? Maybe this gets swapped with somewhere else at some point? I have no idea why else you would have a bridge to a dead end. How peculiar. Either that or it doesn't make sense to have an elevator without call buttons. Good point. Good point. Hello? Oh my goodness, 3 of them. What luxury. So presumably they're of expanding sizes. This is just one, this is... Oh no, I think these are 2 little ones and 1 big one in the middle. Not sure how I'm going to get those working. Unless the controls for accessing the bridge were... I suppose there's 2 possibilities. Either the controls for accessing the bridge have been teleported away and I can get them back, or I suppose there's a chance that via the transportation suits I can get to the other side, although it doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like there's enough space. Oh well, let's see where these take us, shall we? Now this is definitely a Funref construction. Interesting. Where am I? Is this the cave that... No, this isn't the cave that had the... sub in. This is a new one. I don't think I've seen this before. Perhaps this is the cave that was on the other side of the river that I never got to go to. I have indeed found more teleporters in one place. I must admit, I don't see what the point in that was. Let's go back. Let's see if taking away that section of cave has opened up the other side in any way. This is where most players left the game forever. Oh dear. What was I thinking? Yes, Hollow Yosef. Maybe Hollow Yosef was created by the Villains, but then controlled by somebody else. So imagine you had prisoners that had access to a Villain computer system, and as a result, Hollow Yosef. Though that wouldn't explain why the Villains built Hollow Yosef. Also the place I enjoyed the most. Interesting. Oh, there's the controls. How did I miss that? Where's the other one then? Oh, I saw it first now. Because I hadn't seen the other one of those, presumably. Because when I came over here, it was the Hunrath half. Okay. So if I do that the other way, will I find the other one? I'll have to swap with this one, then swap with the other one, I think. Yes. That makes perfect sense. So to test the theory that the other one is on another chunk of Hunrath, like this one, I need to go back via this one. Wait, have I made a terrible error? I may have done. So I know this one's other half has one. I want to know if this one's other half has one. No, I know that it doesn't, don't I? Because this is both Hunrath halves. And I've seen both Verlaine halves now, so only one side actually has a control, apparently. Okay. Yeah, this half doesn't have a control for some reason. So be it. So if I take this one back, I'll get back to the Verlaine side with the control, and then right this second I'm more curious about what's on the other side of the bridge on the Hunrath side than I am what's on the other side of the bridge on the Verlaine side. So I guess I'll take the middle one back, and then I'll try that on the Hunrath side and see what I get. Actually, I could have taken just that one back, couldn't I? Oh well, doesn't matter. Okie doke. One bridge coming up. 3. Then I guess this is 12. So in total 15. Then we add, what would this be? It would be 48, making a total of 63. Then we add, well, I can't put a 3 down there, can I? Hold on, where's the center? That's the center, so shift it down by 1. The 3 should be going there. I think I must have done that one wrong. So that's correct. Then we shift over here. Right, that should have been that. That's 48. This is going to be... what, 192, I think. For what? A total of 255, I think? And this is going to create a total of 1023. There we go. Wow, that seemed a bit pointless. Can I not make it over there? I cannot. Oh, I got a note. That's nice. Hello, Oleg. The gauntlet area is complex. It was meant to be. The Vlaine intended it to provide friction. The idea is to slow down any mass movement within the world. Now that we have begun to have suspicions, you'll notice that they have reformed and extruded entire areas to confuse and slow down any mass attack. Your task will be to reset all the locks in the gauntlet before being podded. Farley, please keep this to yourself. I used a shade of blue ink that is not easily visible to the Mofang. Interesting. I wonder if those are supposed to represent the Vlaine areas that have been set up with the transport seeds. So that being the one that we just did. Maybe. Possibly. Oh well. Back we go. Yeah, we may as well take this one back. No reason not to. And we're back. Oh, I forgot the combination. Over we go. This doesn't seem particularly useful. That is peculiar. I'm not sure why we would want to come over here. It is a nice view. I'll grant you that. I wonder how I do the other side then. I could try restoring... No, that won't work. Am I supposed to get over there somehow? I'm gonna try something quickly. Oh, interesting, that's still there. And the combination has been retained. That is strange. I wonder if in terms of game implementation they aren't actually the same area. Maybe there's two identical areas in each world and they just swap them out as necessary. To put it another way, maybe each or to put it more accurately, maybe each what am I trying to say? Maybe each, where you have paired worlds, maybe they both contain sections that are identical, but within each world they just swap out to whichever one you want. Hence why it forgot the code in one instance, but then remembered it when we went back there. Oh, that's interesting. Even now we've teleported the bridge away, it's still there. So the control device away, the bridge is still there. What am I missing? I think I need to go this way, but I don't know how to. I may take a little nudge in a second. Just trying to... I'm trying something. I'm trying to work out the correct order of operation. No, not sure I can do what I want to do. I'm wondering if I can restore the entirety of the Villain floor to the Villain side and if that would unlock anything, but I don't think I can unless I was able to leave that cave area and then get to the Villain sphere via another route. I don't think by just swapping sides like this I can do it. I didn't know I could do that. Okay, this makes this problem eminently soluble. No, I want to move this round. Wonderful. As before, I'm slightly more curious about the Hunrath side than I am about the Villain side, so let's do that first. Though we will be doing both. Oh, that's disappointing. 3. 3. Oh, I undid that. I don't think that's why it didn't work, I don't think that's why it forgot the combination, but... There we go. There we go. We have access to the other side. So where have I ended up? Really? No way through here? Oh well. I'll probably gain access to that once I get to the other side on the Villain. Once I get to the Villain, the other side of the bridge on the Villain sphere, I should think. Right. Again, it's forgotten the combination. Here we go. Now, with any luck, when I transport this time, I will take the door that was blocking my progress with me. And I've got a sneaking suspicion I'll end up on the other side of the river to the side I was on before. Though we'll have to see. Underwhelming. Okay, I guess I go back and that's given me access to somewhere else on the Verlaine side, probably? Yeah, I should take this one back, I think. Oh, or maybe that was the wrong one. Oh well. Doesn't make much difference now anyway. Oh, I see. This is a much larger area and I just didn't realise before. Because I was in a tiny little sphere. So this might work then. No, of course it didn't. I was being silly. But going back this way, can I? No. I think I need to take one of these back to the Verlaine sphere. Then I need to go over there. Then I need to transport back the smaller Verlaine sphere back to Hunrath. Then I need to go back over there again to where I was just standing and then transport back to the Verlaine sphere. And I think then I'll have access to the entirety of the other side, whatever's there. Yeah, so the little sphere's here again. Unhelpfully. Right, we'll take this one back this time. Right, that should have done it. With any luck. Was that the right way? Yeah, I think it was. And now we finally have access to the other side. Interesting, there's an area over there. Thank you. Oh. It's a button that makes a beep boop noise. Very useful. Oh, that button must be for calling the lift. If it's not there already. That usually takes so long for people to figure out if they ever manage it. Some just swaps around and in the end happens to end up in the right state. Oh dear. Ah, and there we go. That's the formation we saw in that diagram. So yes, this is all some explanation for the Verlaine maze. I'm enjoying this, but looking at the time, I should probably stop there. Now we have someone to add to the thank you message. Thank you, Acloma, for the follow. So, thank you everyone for joining me as well. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll be streaming again tomorrow, in which I'll be continuing with Obduction. Monday will also be a gaming stream. I don't know whether I'll have Obduction finished by the end of by the end of tomorrow or not. I suspect that's quite likely. I get the feeling there's not much of Obduction left. If so, I'll have to think of something else for Monday. If not, Monday will be more Obduction. Wednesday will be poetry, prose and riddles as usual, and Friday will be more video gaming. So, once again, thank you for coming everyone. I hope you all have a wonderful night, and good night.